Saturday, December 13th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the annual battle, the Army-Navy game in Baltimore, Maryland. Braves Country Radio will bring it to you live from coast to coast and around the globe. A salute to all of the men and women who have served and continue to serve this great nation. This year will be the 126th meeting between the Army Black Knights and the Navy Midshipmen. Join us live and we'll bring you play-by-play of America's game, Army versus Navy. 8 of the last 11 matchups being decided by one score, including the double overtime thriller in 2022. It's Army-Navy. Navy-Army. America's game, heard around the world.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
We are here. And if you don't know, now you know. The number one college football rivalry in all the land has got to be Army-Navy. Unless you're a midshipman, then it is Navy-Army. But I think most of us are in the habit of calling it Army-Navy, mainly because that's the way it's always been presented, and the reason why is alphabetical. But the famous battle cries of Go Army, beat Navy, or Go Navy, beat Army, you hear them throughout the land in what has typically become the second Saturday in December. Used to be the first Saturday, used to be right after college football, Thanksgiving weekend, rivalry weekend in college football. Now we get it 2 weeks after that because you have conference championship, and rightfully so. I love the fact that it's got its own day. I love the fact that ever since I can remember watching this game, pre-conference championship games, it had its own day. And it comes on in the middle of the afternoon, 3 o'clock Eastern, and everybody puts aside all the stuff talking about in college football. Everything is put aside. There's no other game on. And we as fans sit down and enjoy a piece of Americana, a throwback to what college football used to be, which was truly built on, college football was built on student athletes, not athletic students. And that's what Army-Navy is. And look, we all love our big-time college football. We love watching the SEC, the Big Ten. We love watching, the big schools in the other, now Pac-12 is gone, but you still have some really good rivalries all throughout the ACC and the Big 12, even the groups of 5. But let's be honest, to me, it's refreshing to see kids out there, young men, who are willing to give their all for their country to meet up on the football field and not the battlefield once a year. And at the end of the game, they're all on the same team. They're all on the same side. So that's what we're going to talk about today, Army versus Navy. And we're also going to hit some honorable mentions, some rivalries that we didn't touch on. We're going to go over those in the end. But Army-Navy is and always will be, to me, the number one rivalry in college football. And it's not particularly close. And I can tell you this. So it has been, Army-Navy has been on national television every year since 1945. It has been on radio every year since 1930. And our Braves Country Radio, we bring it to you every year beginning in 2021. This was right after we had done the Braves Country Radio play-by-play through the back half of the 2021 Braves baseball season. And on a whim, I decided that day in 2021 in December, I want to call Army-Navy. I've always enjoyed it. Let's sit down and let's see what happens. Let's see if we get anyone interested. And to my amazement, people gather around and some of the comments are just your basic go Army beat Navy, go Navy beat Army. But you have other folks that jump in the comments. And this is the reason why we're doing it every year. This is the main reason. We get a lot of thanks from folks who enjoy catching the game. But also there are folks out there that they don't have access to the game wherever they're stationed at. But they do have the ability to grab YouTube. And so that's why we do it. And I can tell you something else. Believe it or not, outside of the World Series broadcast that we've done, Army-Navy is the number one ranked ball game that we do every year. Now, that's not why we do it. We do it because the U.S. Armed Forces, women and men who are serving or have served, have been so grateful for us covering the game that I don't see a scenario where we don't cover the game. So unless there ever comes a time where I'm doing something where I'm not able to do the game, Army-Navy is going to be a part of Braves Country Radio every single year. Just absolutely. It has become my favorite game to do, and you know how big of a baseball fan I am, and fans of other sports and other teams that I've grown up with. And I don't really I've never had a dog in the hunt. I told y'all before, I grew up in a military family. My grandfather on my mother's side, he served in the U.S. Army in World War II. My grandfather on my dad's side served in the U.S. Navy in World War II. And then my dad was in the Air Force. And so I get the perspective of all. Now, as far as this rivalry goes, why is it the number one rivalry in all the land? Well, first of all, there's something so American about this rivalry that you can't put. I, in good conscience, could not put it below any other rivalry. And I know there's going to be some fans out there. They're going to say, yeah, it's a game, and I'll watch it, but it's not above this game or this rivalry or that rivalry. Yeah, that's your personal opinion, and I get that, and it's also who you probably grew up pulling for. But the difference between this game and all the other rivalries is that most folks, most college football fans, and even non-college football fans, they put some time aside to make sure that they can catch the game. They may not watch all 4 quarters, but they try to catch it because there's something really cool. The pre-game ceremonies, everything about it. We're going to get into all of that. This rivalry began November 29th, 1890, where Navy beats Army 24-0. The largest win in the series, Navy, 51-0 in 1973. They play for the Secretary's Trophy. It's a part of the Commanders and Chiefs Series trophies that are shared through the Army versus Navy, Navy versus Air Force, and Air Force versus Army. But for the Secretary's Trophy for Army, Navy leads 62, 55, and 7. Funny side note, when we do the Army-Navy games, I see it all the time now, and I still get a kick out of them. There's always comments in there from ex-Marines or current Marines that will put in the chat something to the effect of, this is the one day of the year that I'll say it, go Navy. So it's always a fun part of the entire rivalry is entangled with U.S. military history. We're going to focus on the games, but you think about the men that have been on that field. It truly is an amazing. This is a game where the President of the United States, most, make it a priority at some point in their career in office. 10 sitting presidents, more on that in a second, but 10 sitting presidents have been at this game. You think about what that entails to get the President of the United States in and out of the building. I can't imagine he'd be surrounded by much better men and women to make sure that he is safe, but it's an amazing thing. The longest win streak in this series is the Naval Academy's 14 wins from 2002 to 2015. Talked about how it's been televised every single year since 1945. It's obviously right after World War II and really the coming of age of television. Televising sporting events was very, very new. It was in its infancy. You think about the fact that the most popular sport in America at the time was Major League Baseball. And it was rare to see a Major League Baseball game on television in the 1940s. Couple that were televised in the late 1930s, but very, very rare until you get towards the end of the 1940s. This game has been played a lot of different venues, but it typically is played in Philadelphia, though the beginning of the rivalry in 1890 was played at West Point, and then 1891 in Annapolis. And it went home and home for 4 years before moving in 1899. So there were 4 games, 1890, 91, 92, 93, and then a 6-year hiatus where it would be moved to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1899. The venues that this game has been played at, 41 games were played at JFK Stadium, which has since been demolished. First one at JFK was in 1936, the last one in 1979. Franklin Field held 18 games. Veterans Stadium held 17 games. Lincoln Financial Field, which is the current Philadelphia site, has held 14 games. Even the Polo Grounds from 1913 to 1927 was the home for 5 games. Giant Stadium from 1989 to 2002, 4 games. And M&T Bank Stadium, 4 times hosted between 2000 and 2016. We won't go through every single stadium, but it should be noted Soldier Field hosted a game in 1926. The Rose Bowl hosted a game in 1983. FedEx Field in 2011. And most recently, MetLife in 21 and Gillette Stadium, home of the Patriots, in 23. Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, also hosted this game for 2 years in 1930 and 1931. Future sites of this game, 2024, it is to be held Landover, Maryland, FedEx Field. 2025, it'll be back in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. And in 2026, MetLife will host it, and it will return to Philadelphia in 2027. I kind of liked when it was always known to be in Philadelphia because it truly is a neutral site for the two academies, but it is cool for it to travel around and have other military bases to be able to attend. I think I would more be in favor of it being in Philadelphia every other year and then going elsewhere every other year. I think that would be a cool thing to see. But nonetheless, that is where we will see these games played over the next 4 years. For folks who may kind of scoff when they tell you they don't watch or pay attention to the military academies because they are not up to par with Big Ten, SEC, Power 5 conferences, etc. The easiest way to combat that is to tell them, hey, not only do the two academies have high academic standards, you got to remember something too. To be in those academies, there is a height and weight limit. And I think a lot of folks kind of get lost on that. And it's why the two academies will always struggle in a game like football to put together national power ever again, because as these kids have gotten bigger over the years, and we're mainly talking about the linemen, we all know football's one in the trenches. It's very difficult to be able to compete with the Power Fives. But who cares? It's not important. What's important is the best of the best, the cream of the crop in our nation is on display on that field that day. And that's why, to me, there's not just a sense of patriotism that kind of brushes over you on that day, but it should be an absolute sign of respect that you were looking at great human beings who have sacrificed and will continue to sacrifice, and not just very talented athletes. And I can tell you this, your average ball player that attends one of your Power 5 schools, especially the big boys, I guarantee you they've got the utmost respect because they understand, as should we, of what it takes to not only go to one of those academies and excel academically, but then also to compete on the gridiron. It really is remarkable. Since 1963, only these games have featured teams squaring off between Army and Navy where they both had a winning record. 1996, 2010, 2016, and 2017. That's it. Now realize 1963 was a big year because in 1963, not only, and we're going to start with this game, the game that has been called the greatest game ever played. This was the 64th meeting between Army and Navy. And there was also a couple other things that really made this game historical. So one of the main things that anyone who was alive at that time will remember is that this game was originally scheduled for November 30th, 1963. But President John F. Kennedy was assassinated just before the game was scheduled to play. And it was Jacqueline Kennedy, who urged the two academies to play the game because she had heard about the talk of canceling the game. And if you remember, JFK was a Navy man. Regardless, she was basically saying that he would have wanted the game played. And so they did play the game. And the game was played on December 7th, 1963. This really began the tradition of it being played in December. And you got to realize something else. The 1962 game was a hell of a game itself. The 1962 game, Roger Staubach referred to it as one of the greatest games he's ever played in. And he was really talking about his own personal accomplishments, winning that game 34-14, though the game was much closer than the score indicates. But you got to remember something. In the early 1960s, Navy and Army, because they're not being handicapped because of size and weight restrictions along with academic expectations, they're two of the top programs in the country. The game in 1963 ends up being played on December 7th, which of course is Pearl Harbor Day. It's the 22nd anniversary. So that's still fresh on the minds of Americans. And then, of course, obviously, the assassination of the president is fresh on the minds of Americans. And in front of a crowd of 102,000 in Philadelphia's Municipal Stadium, which was later named JFK, Roger Staubach leads number 2 ranked Navy to victory, which clinched a Cotton Bowl national championship matchup with Texas. Army nearly won the game. Army's junior quarterback, Raleigh Stickway, led the game off with a touchdown drive that featured the first use of instant replay. How about that? So we flash forward to the end of the game. Army was trailing 21-7. They get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion. It's 21-15. They get an onside kick. They take the ball all the way down to the Navy 2-yard line. And on 4th down and no timeouts, crowd noise, and this was a thing back then, and I know a lot of kids today would be like, what are you talking about? You didn't have microphones and speakers in your helmet? Oh, I can remember games in the 80s and early 90s where you used to, now at this point this wasn't going on, but in the 80s and early 90s, they started flagging the team, the home team, if their crowd was too loud for unsportsmanlike conduct. Now, that was not taking place in 1963, so the crowd, and they're right, Army is going into the heart of the Navy student section, and they cannot hear because of the crowd noise. The Stickway is prevented as the clock's winding down on 4th down and no timeouts. The crowd noise prevented Stickway from calling a play, and time expires on the 2-yard line on 4th down, and the final score is 21-15. There's a great television documentary about this game. I've watched it several times. It really is phenomenal. And it's why Army and Navy refer to it as the greatest game ever played, because it wasn't just the fact that it really was a great game, and it was the birth of instant replay on television. But then also all the circumstances, the JFK, it's being played on Pearl Harbor Day, just everything. Roger Staubach goes on to win the Heisman Trophy, and he was supposed to be on Life magazine's cover, but because of the JFK tragedy, he gets bumped off of the Life magazine. And back then, being on the cover of Life magazine, that was a huge thing. Stickway and Staubach would meet again in 1964 as seniors, and Army would beat Staubach's Navy team. And in that game, Calvin Huey of Navy becomes the first black player to play in the series. Roger Staubach, probably the most famous and accomplish as far as the NFL goes of all Army-Navy veterans of this game. Of course, not only does he win the Heisman Trophy, but he goes on to play for the Dallas Cowboys, win 2 Super Bowls. He's Super Bowl V MVP, and he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. By the way, to that note, Alejandro Villanueva, many of y'all may be familiar with him. He played for Army, an offensive tackle, graduated in 2010, playing for the Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens in his career. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. That's Braves Country Radio, Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Army-Navy, the greatest rivalry, I believe, in American sports, but definitely college football. I know a lot of folks will like to try to argue that some of your Yankees, Red Sox kind of thing is above it. I can't put anything above Army-Navy. I just can't. I guess it's growing up in the military family in me. I don't know, but it's hard for me to put it, because it seems like everything else just doesn't matter when you consider how impactful Army-Navy is on everybody's lives. Not just the folks playing in it, not just the folks attending it who are going to either academy or serving in any branch of the military, but also the average American, even the ones that have not served. The level of respect that we have for that game and for anyone who has served is just, you can't compare it. I'm not going to compare Army-Navy versus anything that the Red Sox and Yankees were doing in the early 2000s. It's always going to pale in comparison. So outside that 1963 game, it's really hard to even put any of the other games up against it. But in recent memory, you want to talk about a couple of games in this series that really captivated everybody. December 10th, 2016, Army beats Navy for the first time since 2001. It was just a long drought. They win that game 21-17, snapping the 14-game losing streak against Navy. And in 2022, I had the pleasure of doing that game. Army beats Navy 20-17 in double overtime in the first overtime game in the series. And I'll tell you what, that 2023 game, that was a hell of a game too. Army won that game 17-11. But it was high drama all the way to the end. And an absolute nail-biter. And I know a lot of folks probably don't believe that a 17-11 game can be it was a great football game. You had everything that you wanted in a football game. Navy trailed that game 17-3, a little over 4 minutes left, and they got the ball back. And Army's defense was trying to hold on to the game. I mean, we're talking about a 14-point lead. And on 4th and 7, Navy ends up completing a pass for the first down at midfield. Navy quarterback Ty Lavatai was being brought in. Remember, Xavier Arline had started the game, and Lavatai, I mean, he really was the guy that was making all the plays. He went 15 of 26 for 179 yards. They failed the comeback, but they get down there with about 3 minutes left, and Lavatai hits Umbarger on a slant for a touchdown, and now all of a sudden it's 17-9. Jaden Umbarger, by the way, had 6 catches and 75 yards that game. So they score that touchdown, 17-9. They fail to get the 2-point conversion, but they do get the ball back. And that was after a quick 3-and-out by Army. So Navy gets the ball back with 1:20 left in the game. They're on their own 27. They got to go 72 yards. This is not a passing offense. And all of a sudden, away we go. And they start knifing down the field. Lavatai starts hitting receivers, moving the chains, and they get down at 4th and goal with less than under 10 seconds left, and they try to go in for the touchdown on the keeper. And after review, they gave Army the win as they turned over on downs. Army ends up grabbing a safety to ensure their win. So they end up winning 17-11. But I'm telling you, if you go back and you watch that video, it really does look like that Navy may have gotten in. Now, it doesn't mean that Navy's going to tie the game because they still would have had to have gotten a 2-point conversion. But I'm doing the game and I'm watching it. And it was one of those things that because it was called on the field as a turnover on downs, what they came back and said essentially was there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. Fair enough. It was a great game, an outstanding. It's one of the best games football, baseball. It's one of the best games I've ever called, and I'm even counting the one back in 2022, which did go to the double overtime, and that was a thriller too. And I didn't think that could be topped. And I'm just saying that the way that game ended, unbelievable. And it's hard to explain it, but until you get really locked into this rivalry and you get to watching it. And I'm not saying you got to be pulling for someone. Just enjoy the damn thing. Soak it in. And I'm talking about from start to finish. I'm talking about going in off the jump and realizing that this is a day. You make a day out of it. So there's pageantry that begins, and they start televising that at around 1 o'clock, 2 hours before the game starts, showing all of the men and women in uniform coming in to the stadium. It's worth it, especially if you've never watched the game. Do yourself a favor as a sports fan. You got to watch Army-Navy. You can skip a lot of things, but there's a handful of games that I never plan on skipping intentionally. That if I can be around it, I'm going to be around it. Obviously, the Super Bowl comes to everybody's mind, right? Of course. But Army-Navy's right there with it. I can't always say that some of these other rivalries that I look. If you're a fan of Georgia Tech and you know it's going to be a hammer and nail situation between Georgia Tech and Georgia, you may decide, I don't know if I want to sit through this again, man. I just don't know if I can do it. So I can understand if a fan told me, I can't watch my team lose. And I just use that example because it's, you're talking about a team in the Atlanta area and, the Georgia Bulldogs, whatever. But, my point being is I could see a situation where one of my favorite teams is playing in a rivalry and I go, oh, man, I don't know if I can do it. But I'm not missing Army-Navy if I can help it. I hate that I'd say I really didn't get back into it till about a decade ago. I grew up watching it, and then into the mid-1990s and to the mid to late 2000s, the first decade of the 21st century, I would catch the game, but I didn't make an appointment television. Now since about, I'll say around 2012-ish, 2013-ish, I've made it appointment television. And I will not miss the game. Not if I can help it. But that game was just every one of these games that I do, them, even if it's not a close game, I'm telling you, you get something out of it. We talked about the sitting presidents, and I do want to hit that up again. There's been 10 sitting presidents who have attended this game. We're going to name them off because I think they should be recognized, because I think it's a shame that some of these presidents have not attended the game. And it really makes you wonder. Anyways, Teddy Roosevelt was the first one in 1901. He also attended again in 1905. How about Harry Truman? From 1945 to 1952, he only missed one game. That was in 1951, but he went to all the others. That's something. George W. Bush and Donald J. Trump have both attended the game 3 times, and Trump, who was not the sitting president yet, also attended in 2016 when he was the president-elect. So he will now have attended the game 7 times, twice as president-elect, the only president-elect that has ever attended the game.
JFK, 1961 and 1962, the only 2 that he could go to.
Obviously, he did not make it to 1963.
Woodrow Wilson, 1913.
Calvin Coolidge,
1924. Gerald Ford, 1974. And Bill Clinton made it to it in 96 and Obama in 2011. Now, it should be noted, this is pretty interesting. Army and Navy will both be in the American Athletic Conference going forward. beginning in 2024. But there is a caveat to this game. I think this is remarkable. Now, they're not expected to be fighting for the conference championship. We've talked about the challenges that both academies have because of strict academic standards, along with the size, height, and weight of the players that are allowed on their roster. But the game itself will not be considered a conference championship game because it's being played after the season, essentially. So it will still be considered a conference championship game. There is a scenario where Army and Navy could be playing for the conference championship the week before, and then would also play the following week, if you can believe it. They would play the following week in the traditional Army-Navy game. Now, how wild would that be? You talk about really strange. What if, and it's a possibility, it's not likely, but it's a possibility. What if these two teams were undefeated going in to the conference championship game, and the winner expected to get a playoff berth now that we've gone to 12 teams? What if that happens and the team that wins then goes into the Army-Navy game with their ticket punched to the playoffs and playing what is essentially a meaningless game? It really would be a wild scenario. And essentially the next week they would be in a playoff game. Do you start your starters? That doesn't really seem like something that Army or Navy would ever back down from. But how wild would that be if you know you're heading to the playoffs, but you got to play this random rivalry game, and you also, by the way, got to get ready for the following week because you're in the playoffs, and whoever you're playing, they're getting ready for you. Now, I know that's a very wild scenario and probably not likely. It's probably more likely to happen when they eventually expand from 12 to, I believe it's going to go to 16, and I believe it's actually going to go to more. I think you're probably going to it's going to get wild. I don't know if I'll live to see it, but I think you're going to get very close to what you see in basketball. I don't think they should, but I think it's going to happen. I definitely see the 16. They're not going to leave money on the table. But you could see a scenario where they go to 24 or 32. Anyways, that's a little off the beaten path. But Army-Navy, one of the truly great traditions in this rivalry. And some of the cool traditions of the rivalry game itself. I think my favorite one is the formal prisoner exchange. The students that are studying at the rival school. So in other words, there are folks from the Naval Academy that are studying at West Point for the semester and vice versa. They have a formal exchange of the students. It's a prisoner exchange. They do it on the field, usually at midfield prior to the game. And so what happens is the Army students from West Point are given back to their squad, and the same with the midshipmen. They're given back to Annapolis, and they will watch the game with their fellow Black Knights and midshipmen. And then after the game, assuming that they're still studying on the rival campus, they will return to that rival campus. But I think that's one of the coolest ones in all of college football, especially because they refer to it as the formal prisoner exchange. The other one that I think a lot of kids that you'll hear, and you'll also see it on social media the day of the game, but it's called Sing Second, and it's the battle cry. Along with Go Army, Beat Navy, and Go Navy, Beat Army, you will see the battle cry of Sing Second, Sing Second. And what that means is post-game, the winning team stands with the losing team and faces the losing team's academy and their students while they play their alma mater. And then the losing team stands with the winners and faces the winning team academy, and they sing second. They sing the alma mater second. So the team that wins sings second, so that's where that battle cry comes from. And so that in a nutshell is why it is Army-Navy, the number one rivalry in all of college football.
Hey, baseball fans, Mac McGee here for the BCR. Make sure to subscribe and become a member today. All offseason, we have a jam-packed schedule to keep you entertained and informed during the MLB offseason. Weekly shows like MLB Today, Braves Country Today, going over the world of baseball, how it affects all teams, including the Atlanta Braves. Once Upon a Pastime series, Thursday nights, we'll take a deep dive on the history of this great game. And on Friday nights, Braves Country Theater, we're going to turn back the clock and bring you historic games from the past. We'll bring you a game from yesteryear. That's Braves Country Radio, the BCR. Coming this spring, a jam-packed loaded spring training schedule, wall-to-wall coverage of Major League Baseball. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the Atlanta Braves, and our out-of-town doubleheaders. American League, National League, we're covering Ronald Acuna Jr.'s LVBP Sharks in December, the Caribbean Series in January, and the World Baseball Classic gets rolling on March 5th. We'll be here for all the action. We'll see you there for the classic call of the great game of baseball. Saturday, December 13th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the annual battle, the Army-Navy game in Baltimore, Maryland. Braves Country Radio will bring it to you live from coast to coast and around the globe. A salute to all the men and women who have served and continue to serve this great nation. This year will be the 126th meeting between the Army Black Knights and the Navy Midshipmen. Join us live and we'll bring you play-by-play of America's game, Army versus Navy. 8 of the last 11 matchups being decided by one score, including the double overtime thriller in 2022. It's Army-Navy. Navy-Army. America's game, heard around the world. Hey, baseball fans. Mac McGee here for the BCR. Make sure to subscribe and become a member today. All offseason, we have a jam-packed schedule to keep you entertained and informed during the MLB offseason. Weekly shows like MLB Today, Braves Country Today, going over the world of baseball, how it affects all teams, including the Atlanta Braves. Once Upon a Pastime series, Thursday nights, we'll take a deep dive on the history of this great game. And on Friday nights, Braves Country Theater, we're going to turn back the clock and bring you historic games from the past. We'll bring you a game from yesteryear. That's Braves Country Radio, the BCR. Coming this spring, a jam-packed loaded spring training schedule, wall-to-wall coverage of Major League Baseball. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the Atlanta Braves, and our out-of-town doubleheaders. American League, National League, we're covering Ronald Acuna Jr.'s LVBP Sharks in December, the Caribbean Series. In January, the World Baseball Classic gets rolling. On March 5th, we'll be here for all the action. We'll see you there for the classic call of the great game of baseball.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Army Navy, Navy Army. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon. We hope to bring you a great ball game once again here. This time in Baltimore, Maryland, where Army and Navy are set to do battle. And should be a pretty entertaining game. So many past years, the under's always been the play, but I am a firm believer this year that the over is probably going to hit. And I'd be surprised if it did. I believe it was 38.5 last time I saw. The number's been going up and down with Army, Navy on who is I want to say the last thing that I saw was Army 6.5 point favorites. Or excuse me, Navy 6.5 point favorites. It's the last one that I saw. We're just about set. Navy coming out in the white uniforms top to bottom. Army with the dark tops and white pants. I believe I have that right. We'll get it cleaned up here in a second. They're showing right now that that's Army white top to bottom, so I guess I was wrong on that one. But nonetheless, we are just about set for the kickoff. And good to see everybody in the chat. Got a couple of things I've got to get ready here, so bear with me. We'll be back in a flash.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Gooding, and there we saw the men and boys as thick as hasty pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. And there was Captain Washington and gentle folks about him. They say he's grown so tarnal proud he will not ride without them. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
We're just about set, y'all. clarify, it is Army in the all-white jerseys, silver helmets. More on that in a minute. Navy is wearing a navy top, white pants, and a bronze helmet. More on those in a minute. How's everybody doing today? All right, we are just about set. Army is set to kick off. And here we go. We are going right to left across your radio dial, or actually, yeah, left to right across your radio dial, excuse me. Kickoff is high and deep into the end zone. It will not be returned, and the Midshipmen will set up shop from the touchback. And their offense, if you have not kept up with Navy this year or maybe the last few years, much more high-powered offense than what they've had in the past. They still run predominantly run-heavy scheme, but you'll see many more runs out of Army. So here we go. We'll get the screens caught up as well. Just wanting to see what this looked like when we brought it out. Handoff is up the middle, and that's going to be a rumble for about a 6-yard gain. Good run up the gut by the Midshipmen. Number 22 with the carry, Eli Heinrich. It'll be second and relatively short for the Midship. Left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun snap here is the direct snap. It's going to be a keeper by the quarterback going down the right sideline. That's going to be a Navy first down. So a good run up the gut off the right side. He bounced it out to the right, and Navy's off and running, 1st and 10. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. Here's the pitch out wide to the right. And he will be dropped for about maybe a half-yard gain. And it'll be 2nd and long. Pitch out to the right-hand side. To the tailback, Alec Texia. And it's second. They're going to call it 2nd and 10 more, 9.5. 13:26 on the clock, first quarter. 0-0 your score. Army Navy just getting going here in Baltimore, Maryland. Shotgun formation. Man in motion to the left. Here comes the keeper, and quarterback Horvath keeps it up the middle. This time only about a 2-yard gain, and it'll be 3rd down and long for the Midshipmen at about midfield. Nothing your score, 12:43 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Flips it out to the left side. Up the left side and through for a first down. The Midshipmen down to about the Army 40-yard line, and Navy is moving the ball once again. What you can expect from Navy in this ball game, unless it's very long, they typically go for it on fourth down. They were just trying to set up a fourth and manageable, and they got the first. Here's a snap, keeper up the middle, and quarterback, keeper. Blake Horvath rumbles up for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. It'll be second down. 11:36 on the clock. Army nothing, Navy nothing. We're going left to right across your dashboard. Welcome into Braves Country Radio, bringing you the Army-Navy game for our 6th consecutive year. Horvath already with 3 rushes and 21 yards. He is under center this time. 1 man high, 1 man low. Halfback in motion. Here's the handoff, and the tailback will grab it, and he will motor ahead for about a 1, maybe 2 yard gain. It'll be third and manageable. So third and about, we'll call it about 5. Maybe a very long 4. 10:35 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Here's the handoff. That's going to be a keeper for Horvath, and he's going to keep fighting all the way down to the 24-yard line for Navy, and it is another Midshipman first down. Good motoring ahead there by the Navy Midshipmen. Horvath, very patient, running to the left side. They're set up down to, looks like about the 23-yard line. 1st and 10 for Navy. .952 on the clock. We'll call it the 25-yard line. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Got to hurry. Here's the snap. And the keeper by Horvath, once again, he'll push ahead for about 4 yards at 2nd and 6. Nothing your score first quarter. Blake Horvath ranks 4th in school history in passing yards and 5th in rushing. 9:17 on the clock here in the first quarter. Opening possession for the Midshipmen. Nothing your score. Here's the snap. Pitch out to the right-hand side. Grabbed it, stuck his foot in the ground, spun around, and it'll be down to about a 5-6 yard gain for Heinrich, but there is a flag on the play. We'll see what that is. It looked like that was a little bit of a hold. And so it'll be 1st and 5. It was a defensive holding. It'll be an automatic first down, and it's a 1st and 5 for the Midshipmen. 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. Man in motion. Horvath keeps it to the right side, looking. He will rumble out of bounds about the 9-yard line, about a 4-yard gain. It's 2nd down. Just joining us, game just getting going here. And here's the snap, the handoff up the gut, and it is going to be about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be third and really short, about 1 yard. Good snap off to the right side. So Navy trying to work their way up. And here's the snap, 3rd and 2. Up the middle, Horvath will keep it, and it'll be a touchdown Navy, and the Midshipmen are on the board. It is 6-0. Midshipmen. So 6-0 your score. Trying to get the technical difficulties. I think we got it together now. Sorry about that. They had a glitch on the screen, so we're good to go. 7-0 your score after the extra point kick. It is up and it is good. And we will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Navy leads Army 7-0. Welcome back, Army, Navy. Navy, Army. 7-0 your score, Navy leading as Army is set to receive their first possession of the game. You're just joining us. Navy went the distance of the field, scored a touchdown up the middle to Horvath, and that's where we sit. 3-0 your score. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, down to about the 12-yard line, and Army will call for a fair catch, and they'll set up shop in their own territory. First and 10 at the 25-yard line. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap. Play action pass. Drops back. Looking. Here comes the pressure. Diving ahead for maybe a yard. Did the ball come loose? It did not. There were a couple of Navy defenders that were diving towards what I thought was the ball coming loose, but he did not come loose, so it'll be second and long. Cale Helms, the quarterback for the Black Knights, held on to the ball. It's second, and we'll call it 7 after they scooched him up. Here's the handoff on the shotgun formation. Up the middle, pushing, maybe about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be third down. If you haven't caught the Black Knights this year, they are a very ball control offense. So it'll be third and just over 4 yards to game, shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Helms takes it up the left side, and he will have an Army first down. He keeps going, rumbling all the way down to the 40-yard line of the Midshipmen, and it is an Army Black Knight first down. Good run up to the left side. So first and 10. Black Knights, ball at the 43-yard line. They spotted it back. And here's the handoff up the middle off to the right-hand side. About a 3-yard gain. It'll be second down for the Army Black Knights. Just inside the 40-yard line, pushing towards the 39, so it'll be second and about 6, maybe 7. Cale Helms, 777 passing yards this year with 1,300 yards on the ground, 23 total touchdowns. Back to a shotgun formation. 2 receivers high, 2 receivers low. 1 back in the backfield, now man in motion, reaches back towards the backfield, and here's the quarterback keeper up the middle, maybe got a yard, half a yard at that. Number 90, Mutombo, came in and made the tackle on the play. It'll be third and about 5. So third and 5, 3:56 on the clock. We're at the 38-yard line of Navy. Here's the snap, pass off to the right-hand side. Ball is caught, and it's going to be an Army first down. Catch is made on the play by Von Pointer. First and 10 at the 31-yard line of Navy. Here's the quarterback keeper off to the right-hand side. Kellums will lean ahead for about a 1-yard gain. It's second and long. If you missed the pregame show or not aware of it, the chant that you'll hear all week between these two is sing first. Or sing second, excuse me. And that is because the winner of this game sings their alma mater song second. They both will sing their alma mater song with the others at attention at the end of the game. Second, Nate, quarterback keeper. Helms up to the right-hand side. Dives ahead, and he will make it about 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be third and about 5. So they're actually going to call it 3rd and 4. Here's the snap, the pitch to the outside, and that is going to be stopped by Navy. Now the defender jumped on the running back's back and actually pushed him ahead a couple of yards, so it's going to be much closer. It's going to be 4th and a little less than 2 on the play. .135 left here in the first quarter. Fast-moving game so far. 128 and counting, and it's going to be 4th and 2. If they held him when they first hit him, it would have been about 4th and about 4, so Army got a little bit of a break there. Here's the snap, the keeper up the middle. Did he get it? That's going to be extremely close. The quarterback, Cade Helms, was diving forward and fighting for that extra yard. It looks like from the blind eye that he might have gotten it. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of a spot. It looks like they are going to give him the first down. So 7-0 your score. And here's the snap, 1st and 10 off to the left-hand side and ripped down. Was that a face mask? It looked like a face mask. And here comes the flag on the play, sticking out his arm for his right arm for a stiff arm. Number 27 on the play, Samari Howard, was trying to break loose off the edge off the left-hand side, and he got yanked down. And that's going to be a 15-yard variety, and it's going to be an Army Cadets first down. So here we go, 24 seconds on the clock. Maybe the last play of the half. I love the quarter, excuse me. First quarter, we're going right to left across your radio dial. Shotgun formation, 1st and goal for Army Black Knights. Here's the snap, drops back to pass. Helms looking, takes off and run. He's going to dive ahead, push, down at the 1-yard line. And it's going to be 2nd and very close to the 1-yard line, 2nd and goal when we return, because that will end an action-packed first quarter. We'll be back in a flash. America's game, Army-Navy, when we return here on Braves Country Radio.
Unlucky. Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing...
Welcome back, y'all. Seven to nothing your score. Okay, we are back, and I think I got one of the things figured out that I've been trying to get this entire broadcast, so I do apologize if it's been a little choppy. We are going to get it rocking and rolling. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the channel support. We are back to the action. And first play of the quarter is a handoff up the middle, and it looks like it's, yes, he will get in, and it is an Army touchdown. Cabe Helms with the quarterback keeper, and Army is on the board. So 7-6 your score. Army lining up for the kickoff. And here's the kick. It is up and it is good. 7-7 your score. 14:55 on the clock, and Navy will take their turn. We've got a back and forth offensive affair so far in what is typically a low-scoring battle. Army-Navy all tied up at 7.
Bad year for libraries. Bad year. You took this book out in 1971.
Yes, and I returned it in 1971.
Yeah, 71. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Bad year for America. Hippies burning library cards. Abby Hoffman telling everybody to steal books. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella.
Look, Mr. Bookman.
You don't have to be quiet. Listen to the echo. Hello!
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 Mr. Bookman.
I remember when the librarian was a much older woman. Kindly, discreet, unattractive. We didn't know anything about her private life. We didn't want to know anything about her private life. She didn't have a private life. So you're thinking about that, think about this. The library closes at 5 o'clock, no exceptions. This is your final warning. Got that? QB down?
Welcome back. 7-7 your score. 14:55 on the clock. Here in the second quarter, Navy's set to receive as Army take their very first possession of the ball game all the way down and answers the touchdown by Navy from their first possession of the ball game. And right now, in a quarterback comparison, rushing yards, it's almost in a dead heat. 48 for Helms, 46 for Norvath, and they both have a rushing touchdown. Kind of a gray, overcast sky here in Baltimore, Maryland for Army-Navy. And here's the kickoff, high and deep into the, it'll make it all the way into the end zone of Navy, and it'll be a touchback and a Navy first down. They'll set up shop at the 25-yard line. Both quarterbacks with 8 rushes apiece as well. It's kind of funny how they're mirroring themselves. So, shotgun formation. 1 backfield. 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Rolling out to the right side. Looking. Gets dropped for about a 2-yard loss. And it'll be a Navy midshipman second down. Second, we'll call it about 12 yards. Didn't have a whole lot of room to run there on the right-hand side. Kind of ran out of real estate as they stretched the line. And Army did a great job of staying disciplined there and holding them. And it will be 2nd and 12 ball at the 23-yard line of the midshipmen. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, and scooching and squirting his way all the way up to the 32-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 3 for the midshipmen. Good run there by Brandon Chapman, number 24 of the midshipmen. I think one of the coolest things about this game is the way they all stand in attention the entire game. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Here's the quarterback keeper. Horvath is stopped, and it's going to be 4th down. We're going to call it about a 1.5. It's a short 2 or a long 1. We'll see if they decide to go for it here. Typically they do. Strong belief in their running attack. Of course, by now you've been bored to tears with all the stats that are thrown out there, but they do say that if it's less than 3 yards or less, you should go for it. Looks like Navy's actually going to punt, so this is interesting. 4th and 2. Here's the snap. Will he punt? He pauses for a second. Thought about running, but Army had it snuffed out, so he'll go ahead and punt it all the way down to the Army 35-yard line, and that's where the Black Knights will take over. 7-7 your score, 12:37 on the clock. We're in the second quarter of Army-Navy, the 2025 edition. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Army-Navy, America's game.
If you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
7-7 your score. Just over 12 minutes left here in the half, and Army will take over after a punt by the Navy midshipmen. Ball placed at about the 34-yard line. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Pistol formation for Army. Here's the snap, the handoff, the keeper by Helens. He'll push his way ahead for, we'll call it about a 3, maybe even a 4-yard gain. Second down and about 6 for the Black Knights. Ball approaching midfield just before the 40-yard line. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle. Looks like that'll be number 27. Samari Howard once again. He will push his way ahead for an Army Black Knights first down. So 1st and 10, 11:31 on the clock, 7-7 your score, second quarter. Starting in a shotgun formation, now Helms gets under center. Tight formation, man in motion. Here's the snap, pitch out wide. And looks like it's going to be about a 2, maybe 3-yard gain. Second and about 7. That was the wide receiver. Not quite an end around, but it was a wide pitch. Brady Anderson. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 8. Ball placed at about the 47-yard line. Here's the snap. Keeper up the middle, bangs into his own man, and Army will get maybe a yard to gain there. Army quarterback Helms banged into the pulling guard. Kind of lucky the ball didn't get knocked loose. That's one of those plays you typically see the ball come out. Good contained, good pursuit by Navy. 10-10 your score. Shotgun formation. Helms draws back to pass, fires it over the middle. Catch is made, and it's going to be up the left sideline, rumbling, all the way down to about the 30-yard line of the Navy midshipmen. And that's an Army football first down. It's interesting, that was Noah Short, senior, 6-foot senior out of San Jose, California. Here's the snap, shotgun formation, keeper by Helms. He'll dive ahead for a first down. Army all the way down to the Navy 18-yard line. Noah Short's been highly involved in this possession and in this game, lining up in the slot, but he is the tailback for the Army Black Knights. 1st and 10, they spot it back at the 19-yard line. Ball inside the red zone of Navy. Here's the handoff. Army pushing ahead, about 3, maybe 4-yard gain. It's 2nd down.
8:28 on the clock here in the second quarter. Clock continues to tick down as Army pushing their way across. 2nd and 6. Ball at the 16-yard line. Line to gain is the 9, so really 2nd and 7. Here's the snap, and pushing his way. He is going to be dropped for a 1-yard loss. Willis with the tackle. Helms won't be a sack. It'll be a tackle for loss, but a big play for the Navy defense. That's what Willis was talking about. He come firing through the hole, unblocked, like a heat-seeking missile, and dropped Helms for a 1-yard loss. It'll be back to 3rd and 8, they'll call it. And here's the snap. Up the middle. Ball is kept, and it's going to come down to a 4th and about 1. Rumbling up the middle, Helms on a keeper. He got banged by the linebacker. Good job of holding on to the ball on that one. So they're going to push it back to 4th and 2, so the ball's placed back to the 11-yard line. 4th and 2, Navy looking like they're going for it. We're going to get a timeout by Army, as they didn't like the defensive look that they saw. So we'll take a quick timeout when we return. Army with the ball, 11-yard line of Navy. It's a tie ball game. 6:35 here in the second quarter. Army-Navy, America's game, will be back in a flash.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I thought this was the baby's room. I'm really sorry.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool!
All right, 6:35 left. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio's Army-Navy 2025 broadcast. You're listening on your radio dial. You can find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. We bring you Atlanta Braves and MLB baseball all year long. We also bring you every year Army-Navy.
7-7 your score, 6:35 on the clock. 4th and 2. Here's the snap. Helms keeps it up the middle, pushes his way over towards the 6-yard line, and it's going to be an Army first down. So 1st and goal. .604 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Helm sends short in motion. Here's the snap. Helm's going to keep it off to the right-hand side, pushing, all the way down to the 5-yard line, and it's 2nd and goal for the Black Knights. It's kind of funny. I don't ever remember an Army-Navy game where the sun is shining. It always seems like it's either snowing or very cloudy sky. We have a very gray sky today. Shotgun formation, 2nd and goal, 5:15 on the clock. Here's the keeper by Helms. He'll push us away down to about the 3 or 4 yard line. It'll be 3rd down. So 3rd and goal. Big question here is if they don't get it here, will they go for it on 4th down? They push it back to the 4-yard line. Looked like Helm pushed his way up to about the 3, but that's where we're at. 3rd and goal. Let's see if they get close here, if they may go for it, or will they take the 3 to take the lead? Shotgun formation, swing pass out to the right-hand side. There's that man, Noah Short again. He'll make the catch, and he is driving, pushing back all the way to the 5-6 yard line is the Navy Midshipmen defense. And it'll be 4th down. Will they go for it? They will not go for it. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and it is 10-7. Dawson Jones gives the lead to the Army Black Knights off his right foot, splits it right down the uprights, and we'll be back in a flash when we come back. Navy will have 3:45 on the clock to try and answer before halftime. Army-Navy. Army leading Navy 10-7.
Hello there, Fraser. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a
Welcome back. Here's the kick. High and deep towards the end zone, and Navy elects to return it out. Here comes man up the right sideline, and number 25 will get down to about the 22-yard line. Probably should have let that hit into the end zone. And it is a Navy first down. Man on the return, Isaiah Bryant. So it'll be first and 10, 3:38 on the clock, and it looks like they're going to take another quick timeout. We'll stick with you here. Seven, 10-7 your score. There are some FCS playoffs going on today. I don't think anybody really cares about the scores, but just to let you know, I believe Villanova won. More focus on today's game here, but I did see it pop up during one of the breaks. If you're just joining us, Helms is 3 for 3 for Army for 29 yards passing, but the big story, 16 carries, 76 yards at a touchdown, and that's led to the 10-7 lead. Horvath on the other side, just one pass attempt for 11 yards, and 10 carries for 45 yards and a touchdown. And they will take over, set up shop. At their own 23-yard line. Here's the snap, and Horvath is going to get dropped back for a loss. Looked like he had some trouble getting a hold of the ball, but it's going to be a 6-yard sack, and it'll be 2nd and 16 for Navy. He had an RPO situation there, and as opposed to just handing off to the up back, who probably would have scooted ahead for a handful of gain, instead he ends up keeping the ball and gets underneath the pile of about 3 Army cadets. So here we go, 1st and 10, 3:38 on the clock. 2nd and 16, 3:38 on the clock, excuse me. Navy trying to answer the bell as it's 10-7. Clock continues to tick. Ten to 7 your score. Navy won this game last year going away. It doesn't look like we're going to have that same situation this year. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Keeper up on the right-hand side, and he will get dropped. Didn't even look like he got back to the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and very, very long. It's not really where Navy wants to be. They'll throw the ball, but they want to stay in front of the chains, as they like to say. Keep you guessing. 2:33 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Horvath buying time. Fires it over the middle. That ball is caught! That ball is caught all the way out to the 38-yard line, and it is a Navy first down. Holy cow. A leaping attempt by the defensive back out there for the Army Black Knights.
J.D. Sparks was at the top of his leap, and Horvath just dropped it in over his outstretched arms, and they're not going to hurry to the line, so that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. When we return, Navy 1st and 10, approaching midfield. They trail by 3. Army-Navy 2025. We'll be back in a flash.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly.
A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless.
So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach.
Between his shoulder blades.
The safe zone.
But anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Army-Navy, Navy-Army. We're heading towards the half 2-minute warning. Still just an unbelievable pass by Horvath for those of y'all who are listening on radio and not being able to consume the game. Sparks was in front of the receiver, leaped to the top of his leap, and it just dropped over him like a teardrop for about a 20-yard completion and a Navy first down. You couldn't have thrown that any better if you were John Elway. I mean, that thing just dropped in. Perfect touch pass. Jim Kelly. So John doesn't get bent out of shape. Thank you for the contribution, William. All right, we are back to the action. They're showing the replay of that. It's still unbelievable to me that he was able to catch that ball with that ball. That ball, I mean, just over him. Almost like the ball went through the defender's hands, but it touched the very top of his fingertips, just didn't get enough. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Fires it over to the left-hand side. That ball is caught for about a 5-yard gain. Navy 2nd and 5. Going to have to hurry to the line. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick. 1:45 on the clock. Trying to at least get into field goal range. Remember, Army will get the ball first in the second half. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. Horvath looking to the right side. Fires it over to the right. And the catch is made. Heinrich will catch it, and that'll be a Navy first down all the way down to the 40-yard line of the Black Knights. Great pitch and catch there by Navy. Gain of about 15-yard line. They actually pushed it down to the 39-yard line. Shotgun formation. Keeper by Horvath. He'll run it up the middle, and he'll rumble all the way down to the 32-yard line of Army. 1:04 to go. They got to hurry. Navy does have all 3 timeouts, but the clock is ticking. 56 seconds left here in the first half. Shotgun formation. Horvath looks over. Left-hand side. Throws it wide underneath. Ball hits the ground. Incomplete, and the clock will stop with 46 seconds. 3rd and 4 will be the call. So 46 seconds left. If we look at to move the chains with 3 timeouts, you can stop the clock. So it does not eliminate the run. Shotgun formation, single back set. Here's the snap. Keeper by Horvath. He'll rumble his way all the way up
to the 28-29 line of the Black Knights, and it's a Navy first down. Good to see everybody in the chat. Chop, shop, William. Drops back to pass. Here's the throw. Horvath looks into the end zone, and it's going to be off the back of the defender for Army. It'll fall to the ground for an incomplete pass. Looks like that was Caleb Williams. The safety for the Black Knights. Ball just hit him in the back, almost in the neck area. It was on the money, but he was covered like a blanket. Not sure why Horvath threw the ball there. Lucky to get it back. So 27 seconds left. Shotgun formation now moves under center. Here's the snap. Horvath, play action, drops back to pass. Looks to throw it off to the right-hand side. That ball is loose. That ball is loose, and Army's on it. Was that a forward pass, or did he fumble it? We'll have to see what the call is. It almost looks like one of those old-fashioned Tom Brady type deals back against Oakland years ago, where his arm was going forward, but then he tried to hold on to the ball, decided not to throw, and yeah, I think they're going to call that a fumble. Navy had a shot at the ball, trying to see who that was diving at it, but the ball squirted loose, and yeah, that was Heinrich diving for the ball, trying to save the day. But the Black Knights end up falling on it. And I believe that is Jack Bosom, the defensive lineman. And there will be 18 seconds left when we return. Army with the ball close to midfield with a 3-point lead.
Thank you for your uninformed opinion. Working for Marvel, the Super Bowl commercial. Did you get a lot of reaction to that Super Bowl commercial?
What Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, you know what? I've been my mistake. You know what?
See, you're as crazy as the people on Twitter.
Right.
I'm not Lawrence Fishburne.
That's my fault. I know that. That was my fault. My mistake. You know what?
We don't all look alike.
Flog, you're exactly
all
right.
black and famous.
You
but
are
we all don't look
guilty.
alike.
I am guilty.
Next question.
I am guilty.
He thought you were Bob Dylan.
Right. That's right.
You're the entertainment reporter.
I know. How dumb
You're
am
the
I?
entertainment reporter
Right.
for this station.
Flog.
And you don't know the difference between me and Lawrence Fishburne?
My mistake. My mistake. I apologize. Really, my big mistake. Let's talk about.
That must be a very short line for your job.
I'll
outside
say.
there.
No, it probably would not be hard to get another person to sit right here. Let's talk about Robocop.
Really? Really?
Hey, what's she singing? Oh, just a little ditty I wrote about how many girls Barney's been banging lately.
Well, count me in for a verse.
Great! Bang, bang, bangity bang, I said bang, bang, bangity bang.
Welcome back. It's funny how that comes about now. Nowadays, remember when that was overturned years ago? They called it the Tuck rule, and they said that he had not fumbled the ball. And that's essentially what you get right there, but nowadays it is called a fumble. Of course, ask Des Bryant about the changing of rules nowadays. That's a catch against the Green Bay Packers if you rewind the rules to today. They're showing the review of it, but there will be no challenge of it. It was a fumble. I'd say if we were playing this game in the 1980s, 1990s, that's going to be an incomplete pass. So Army takes over. .18 seconds left. The ball is placed at the 45-yard line of the Black Knights. Here's the snap. Shotgun formation. Helm looking. Fires it across down the right side of the sideline, and that ball is going to be caught for an Army first down. Looked like that was Tremba that made the catch. Excuse me, make that Brady Anderson. Shotgun formation, drops back to pass, fires it down in towards the end zone. That ball is going to get knocked down. Everybody looking for a flag. 8 seconds left. The ball hits the turf, but there is no flag, and it will be 2nd and 10. Army did look like that could be pass interference, but the refs will let them play. Kind of banged into each other. I can kind of see the argument for the other side of it, so probably best not to have this game decided on a penalty. So 8 seconds left. Here's the snap. Shotgun formation up on the left-hand side, running for about, we'll say he pushed ahead for about a 3, maybe 4-yard gain. And with 2 seconds left, Army will take its timeout, and they will set up for a field goal attempt to try to make this a 6-point game. Right now, 10-7 your score. Both teams have moved the ball very well, but because they run so much, it eats the clock up very quickly. We'll be back in a flash. It's 10-7. Army, Navy. Army with the lead. They're putting another second back on the clock, so call it 3 seconds left, and they'll be attempting a field goal before we head to half. We'll be back in a flash.
Oh, I see. Cash only, eh? No paper trail, eh? What are you selling? Reefer? Crack? Smack? Horse? X? Shrooms? Dust? Meth? In my neighborhood? I don't think so.
All right, we are back. 10-7 your score. 3 seconds left on the clock. Looks like we're going to go into review. Not sure what this is about. What are they reviewing? A possible spot of the ball, or did the ball come out? Helen was pushing ahead. I don't see the ball come out. See, here's another angle that they're bringing in. Oh, the ball does start to come out. Is his knee down? That's the big... Oh, that is close. That is close. We might get this overturned in a Navy turnover, which would be huge going into the half, to be able to keep this a 3-point game. What's difficult to tell is whether or not the knee is down. So for those of y'all listening on radio, the defender, I can't see his number for Navy, but he's coming to the ground. He rips the ball out of Helm's hand. I don't see a knee down. The problem is there is, we'll say 7-8 people in this pile. They've got a pretty good look at it, but it's really difficult to tell. I guess if you paste it together, you can kind of see, yeah, I don't think his knee was down. But they may do the old-fashioned cop-out that these refs tend to do, which is the
play stands, which basically means they don't want to overturn it because they can't tell. But it does look like his knee is not down. The ball gets ripped out of his arms, and it is recovered by the man who stripped the ball for Navy. Yeah, he's definitely not down. We're going to get a review here, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and give it back to Army. So it'll be a Navy sitting. Navy will definitely be complaining about that one. They got hosed out of that deal. That's a bad call by the refs. But nonetheless, it'll be 3 seconds left and a field goal attempt by Army as we go to half. Here we go. The snap is up. The kick is up. The kick is good. And Dawson Jones with the second field goal of the afternoon is going to make it a 13-7 lead for Army. Remember, they get the ball back to start the second half. Unless there's some trickery by Navy, they get the ball back. That ball just slid in the left uprights. And it's 13-7. We'll head to break. Army, Navy. Navy, Army. We'll be back in a flash. Halftime is on the way, and then the second half we will return.
chef. What's for dinner?
Welcome back from halftime, y'all. What are y'all snacking on? We're about to cook for dinner. I'm doing a charcuterie board because, well, there's not a lot of room or time to do anything else when you're broadcasting. So, I mean, it's a poor man's charcuterie board. So it's, well, today it's just pepperoni and cheese, but close enough. Army leads this one 13-7 as we are about to come back from the half. Navy will be kicking off. 80 yards passing for Army, 4 or 5 for Helms. Horvath, 4 of 6 with 67 yards passing. But per usual, the big story is the ground game. 102 yards for Army. 79 by their quarterback, Helms. Horvath with 33 of the 61 yards for Navy. Navy came in as a 6.5-point favorite, and that's not looking good to cover at this point. The over-under was 38.5. So we're right about on pace for that. See if we get a tick up in scoring as the game begins. Navy set to kick off. Dark blue jerseys, copper helmets, white pants. Here's the kickoff, high and deep towards the back of the end zone. That's going to be fair caught by Army, and they'll set up shop at the 25-yard line. We'll be going left to right across your radio dial for the third quarter for the Army Black Knights. Army-Navy, the only game on the board right now in Division I college football. The way it should be. Under center, we'll start the second half. Snap. Helms drops back, looking over to the left-hand side. He'll flip it out there to the left. The ball is caught by Noah Short. He goes down the sidelines, and he will rumble all the way up. Looks like it's close to midfield. I'll have to take another second look at that, see where he stepped out at. He made it to the 40, 45, 50, down to the 40. Looks about the 45-yard line, and it's an Army Black Knight first down. Army Black Knights, their uniforms that they're wearing today. White jerseys, white pants, silver helmets. We'll tell you the breakdown here in a second as the shotgun snap, handoff up the middle, pushing and prodding his way for about 2 yards on the carry. Samari Howard. They're wearing an all-white design with marble texture, honoring the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army, symbolizing the sacrifices at Arlington National Cemetery, featuring constitutional-style typography and a purple outline on the numbers for the Purple Hearts, which is kind of a cool addition to it. The Army seal is on the helmet, and the theme is service and sacrifice, paying homage to the generation of soldiers that have fallen. 2nd and 8, shotgun snap. Helms drops back to pass. Looks to the right side. Looking. He will dump the ball out of bounds. Incomplete. It's 3rd and 8. Third and 8. Ball at the 44-yard line, we'll call it. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Helms directing traffic. And there's going to be a timeout called by Army. They did not like what they saw. And we'll take a quick break with them, but not before. I'll tell you about the Navy uniforms with the blue tops and the white pants. 2025 Navy football uniforms are a special edition designed by Under Armour for the Army-Navy game, once again honoring
the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy, the historic warship USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides. They have a washed navy, a faded blue color, derived from the coats of original sailors, and the nautical navy that is also on the jersey, which is the jersey itself. It's a deep blue symbolizing the color of the USS Constitution's hull. The stone represents the color of the ship's sails, and the red, the heritage red, mimics the color of the cannon's carriages on the warship. The copper used for the helmets, symbolizing the copper-plated sheathing that protected the ship's lower hull. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's 3rd and 8. Army's got the ball just past midfield. They lead 13-7.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Welcome back. 3rd and 8, 13:37 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Army with the football. Shotgun formation. Coming off the timeout from Army. Looked like they were about to get called for a delay of game. I think that's why they called the timeout. There was about 1 second left on the play clock. It had just changed to 1. We started calling for timeout. So here we go, 3rd and 8. Here's the shotgun snap. And everybody was kind of moving a little off of pace, and I think we're going to get a false start. Looked like a couple of guys were early and the rest were late, however you want to look at it. So it'll be a false start. Looks like number 59. Well, I mean, they're calling it on 59, but there were 2 or 3 guys moving there. But the man that got hit with the penalty is number 59, Will Jeffcoat, senior, out of South Carolina. So shotgun snap, 3rd and 13, ball at the 49-yard line. Drops back to pass. Helen rolling to his right, looking. Fires it towards the sideline. That ball's going to fall incomplete, and Navy with the big stop. It'll be 4th and 13 for the Army Black Knights. Midshipmen look to receive. So 4th and 13. Return man standing back his heels on the 10-yard line. Here's the snap. Kick high in the sky. And it's going to be fair caught at about the 11-yard line. And that's where Navy will take over. Catch was made by Brandon Chapman. It'll be 1st and 10, Navy deep in their own territory, but trailing by 6, and they've got the ball. We'll be back in a flash. Army-Navy, Navy-Army, 2025.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I had trouble with interviews when I first started in the business because I was very antisocial. I just wanted to be in a little room screaming and hollering and playing, Three Dog Night and Grand Funk Railroad records. One of my first jobs was in Memphis, and I used to play a lot of Jimi Hendrix songs there. And he was coming to town, and I was talking about him. I was playing "Let Me Stand Next to You, Fire." Remember that? So I got a call. Hey, I'm with the record company, and I got Jimi Hendrix with me, and he wants to do an interview with you. I said, oh, man. So I got a clipboard, and I wrote down 3 questions. I wrote it down. So he comes in, he's sitting there, and he's obviously out of it, right? So I go like this. I said, Jimmy, it's nice to have you here in Memphis. You're doing a show. Yeah, man. So then I said, I know you broke up with the Experience. You got a new Band of Gypsies. Who's in that band with you? And he goes, I don't know, man. I go, oh, crap. I only got 2 more questions left. So then I go like this. I go, I know you've been on the road. Where'd you play last night? I don't know, man. So I only got 1 question left. I said, I know you're working on a new album. You got a title for it yet? He goes, you could give me another question. So I turn to get my clipboard, and all of a sudden I hear, he passed out right on the console. Oh, my God. And I go like, now I really don't know what to do. Holy crap. Jimi Hendrix passed out on my show. What am I going to do? So the next thing, the manager says, I think the interview's over. And then he grabs Jimmy, he sets him up, and he throws up on my console.
Oh my God.
And I'm going like this, oh, no. That was it, man. That was my first interview.
Armchair.
We're back to the action here. 13-7 your score, 13:22 on the clock. Navy with the ball on their own 11-yard line, trailing by 6. Here in the third quarter, shotgun formation. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Heinrich pushing forward. He's got about a 2-3 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 7. You got to figure if you're Navy, this feels like a go for it, 4-down territory for the entire series just because they've had such a hard time slowing down Army. They did get a big stop on the last possession, but seems like a really big possession in the game. 2nd and 8. Drops back to pass. That is going to be keep it, and that's going to shove it ahead to just back to the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and long, dangerous place for the Navy offense to be. They like to be ahead of it. An obvious passing down. So 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation. One backfield. Horvath drops back to pass, looking over the middle, and the ball is off the hands of the intended receiver, and that ball is intercepted. The 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Army! Pick 6. And a huge interception. And Navy is behind the 8 ball. Wow! Looked like Justin Weaver, the senior. It was Justin Weaver. He picked it off about the 31-yard line, weaved his way all the way down for a touchdown. The play is going to be under review. Oh, I see why. His knee hit the ground. When he intercepted the ball, his knee hit the ground. It'll still be Army's ball, but the ball will be placed back at the 31-yard line. So it will not be a touchdown, I don't believe. I think they'll overturn this. They take a look at it under the hood. So good heads-up catch by Weaver. The ball wasn't a great pass, but it did hit the hands of the receiver kind of behind him, and it ricocheted into the gloves. Number 5, Justin Weaver. Sure, that'll affect some bets. So they do overturn it. Still 13-7 your score. I didn't have time to look at them today like I normally do, but usually some pretty good prop bets, including defensive touchdowns in this game. It's almost treated, not quite, but it's almost treated like a Super Bowl because it's the only game on deck. There is a minor bowl game later tonight. Of course, you got the Heisman Trophy Award, but this is the only game of note. Yeah, that pass was behind him. And Heinrich, who's kind of their utility knife, tried to make the interception, but tried to make the catch, but it ricocheted off his hands. 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Keeper by Helms. He'll take it over to the left-hand side, pushing, and it'll be 2nd and about 8. 11:38 on the clock here in the third quarter. Man, have y'all seen all this that has transpired with the Michigan head coach? Whew. That is a mess. 13-7 your score. Here's the snap, handoff, wide side, and going backwards, going to get ran out of bounds. And see where they spot it. Looks like it's about, it's a 5 or 6 yard loss. Number 27, Samari Howard, is trying to go around the side, almost like playing backyard football. We all have done that when in younger years. You think you can make a play. Problem is when you're doing it on a college football field, that guy who's chasing you is usually just as quick. I'll tell you what, Navy's fortunate they didn't get an extracurricular call because there was a light shove and then some jawing that could have drew a flag. 3rd and 12, shotgun snap. Keeper on the right-hand side, and Helms will get about a 3 or 4 yard gain. They were playing for field goal territory, wanting to take a 2-score lead, so it's 13-7. They'll set up for the the field goal to try to make it a 9-point game. 10:05 on the clock. Clock continues to wind. Sun is setting here in Baltimore, home of the Baltimore Ravens, MT Bank Stadium. Dawson Jones 2 for 2 on the day. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And it's 16-7. Navy will get the ball when we return. 9:39 on the clock. The Cadets are jumping up and down. We'll be back in a flash here on America's Game.
Frage, wait a minute. Do you think you got me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
Did you say something? Would you call me?
I didn't call you anything.
Oh, you didn't call me anything? So now you guys are messing with me?
No, we're not doing anything.
You want to go? I'll go right now.
You saying you want to fight me?
Anytime.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, and one other thing. I'm off right now, so I'll be waiting outside in the parking lot where I'm gonna gut you like a deer.
That was bone chilling.
Welcome back. (16-7) your score. Navy set to receive the kickoff, and this is going to be a really big possession.
trailing by 2 scores already. And Army likes to drain that clock, so next time they get the ball, they're going to run, and run that clock. I don't think Navy has to panic yet, but it's an important possession to get some points on the board. Yeah, this thing with the Sharon Moore firing, where he had somebody's asking about it, Carolina fan. The Michigan football head coach was fired for cause a few nights ago. And it came out that he was allegedly having an affair with someone on his staff. And now there's all kinds of weird reports, but one of the things that came out of it is that he was arrested because he went to her house, and I guess he was, the story goes, he was threatening her. He appeared in front of a judge yesterday or last night, and I saw the video. Man, he does not look well. I mean, not saying that you should have any sympathy for someone who did that to his wife and 4 kids, but he does not look right in the head. I mean, he looks, it's kind of scary. And now Michigan has to try to figure out what they're going to do. I was talking to some Michigan buddies of mine. I told them, I said, if it were me, I would stand pat. I would just name an interim and start the head coaching search. Because to try to do anything now, to sign a guy to a long deal, unless there's someone you really like, it's better to just wait till next year. 16-7 your score. Here's the kickoff, high and deep into the end zone, and Navy will take the ball at the 25-yard line, set up shop trailing by 9. 9:39 on the clock, third quarter. 16-7 your score. Army over Navy. Navy was a 6.5-point favorite. Of course, this is after all the other scandals that Michigan has had. The Asterisk Championship in 2023, where they cheated their way through and still were allowed to play in the playoffs, which is still one of the biggest head scratchers. One of a number of reasons why that one will have an asterisk on it forever. So here we go. Horvath and the Midshipmen take over. Shotgun formation, 25-yard line. Here's the snap. And Horvath will kind of grind and push his way all the way up to about the 26-yard line. It's second down. You know you're down by 2 scores, and there's kind of the feel that you have to make some things happen. At the same token, they don't want to get out of their game plan. And the one advantage you have when you're a team like Navy, just like Army, when you rely on the run game, if you can stay in front of the chains and you can continue to push your way, 4th and 1, 4th and 2 is very manageable for you. 2nd and 5, here's the snap. And the keeper, and Horvath dances, skips, and tries to elude the defensive back, who takes him down after about a 3, maybe 4-yard gain. Good tackle out there on the edge by Jaden Myers. Third and 2 now. Ball at the 33-yard line. Here's the snap. Horvath keeper. Pushing. Does he have it? He has a Navy first down. So 1st and 10. Ball at about the 36-yard line. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Fires it over to the right side. Ball is incomplete. Pass skipped over to Heinrich.
Are you questioning or are you telling us, Carolina? I'm a little confusing here. McCarthy is with the Vikings, and he's not doing well. Harbaugh, yes, he left for the Chargers. Pistol set, 2nd and 10. Ball placed at the 36-yard line. Right to left across your radio dial. Here's the handoff, and it'll be pushing. Heinrich will get all the way down. Looks like he got about a 5-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and manageable, 3rd and 5. McCarthy's looked terrible. I guess that's what happens when you don't have the cheat code. That's another reason why that 2023 championship will always have an asterisk on it. 3rd and 4. Shotgun formation. 3 high. 1 backfield. Here's the snap. The keeper, Horvath. He will run it. Keeper up the middle. That ball, he's gone. He's going down to the 25, all the way down to the 20-yard line. Caught from behind by Army's Justin Weaver, the man that had the interception. He doesn't catch him. That's going to be 6 points for sure. Kind of knifed his way up the middle, made about 3 or 4 guys miss, and then put on the Jets, and away we go. 1st and 10, ball at the 21-yard line. And the handoff is up the middle. Taysha will take it to about we'll call it the 18-yard line, 2nd and about 7. 6:07 on the clock. Big possession here for Navy. You at least got to get 3 out of here, but you know they really want to get a touchdown, try to make this a 2-point lead. Shotgun snap, keeper by Horvath. He'll push his way to the left-hand side and gets dropped. But not before he gains about 6 yards. It'll be 3rd and 1. Man, he was hammered by the Army defense. See who that was on the play. Kind of a forearm shiver there. Dropped him like a bad habit. A yard short. It looks like that was Colin Madison, excuse me. Senior out of Oklahoma. 3rd and 1. Here's the snap, keeper right up the middle, and that's going to be a Navy 1st down. .448 on the clock and ticking. 1st and goal. Shotgun formation. Bunch set inside on the left. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Horvath keeps it, and he is going to be dropped. He'll be dropped for a 2-yard loss, and it'll be 2nd and about, we'll call it from about the 11-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal. Big play there by Army. Trying to dance his way outside, and big play there on the outer edge by Madison once again. Man, he's saved the day a few times. So 2nd and goal, shotgun formation, man in motion. Horvath out to the right side, drops it over out there, and that ball is going to be dropped and incomplete. Even if he holds on, you were going to have the defender right there on top of the receiver. Justin Weaver once again on the play, and he would have been right there to drop him for little to no gain. So it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 12. Big question is this 4-down territory, or are they willing to just make it a 1-score game if they can't get in? 3rd and goal.
Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. And Horvath's going to keep it. He's going to run up the middle to the 10, to the 5, down to the 3-yard line. It is 4th and goal, and a big decision here by the Midshipmen. The ball will be placed at the 3-yard line. Nathan Kirkwood lining up for the kick. So they will kick the field goal and not go for the touchdown at the 3. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and it is 16-10, back to a 1-score lead. When we return, Navy kicks it off to Army, trailing by 1 touchdown or 2 field goals, however you look at it.
This is what friendship means to me. Having so much crap on someone that they can't ever reveal the crap they have on you.
Eric, work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time. Or skippity-doo.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
back. 16-10 your score. Army set to receive the kickoff. 2:59 left on the clock here in the third quarter. Navy just kicking a field goal to cut to this a one-score game. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, down to the 5-yard line. Ball will be fair caught, and Army will set up shop at their own 25-yard line. Cale Helms, 19 rushes for 86 yards on the day and a touchdown. 5 of 82 for passing. 5 for 8, 82 yards passing, I should say. Army going left to right across your radio dial. Army in the silver helmets, white jerseys, white pants. Navy, copper helmets, blue jerseys, white pants. Here's the snap. Helms keeps it off to the right-hand side. He'll dive ahead.
about a 4 or 5 yard gain. It'll be second down. Second down. Clock is going to become a factor as Army will continue to try to eat that game clock, put the pressure on Navy as we head towards the fourth quarter. 2:29 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Keeper by Helms. He'll push his way up to the right-hand side. That'll be about a 2 or 3 yards short of the first down. It'll be third down. So 3rd and 3 here. Navy looking to try to get a stop. Army trying to push the ball across to keep that clock moving. Looked like there could have been a face mask called on this play. I don't think I saw a flag. Then there was a little bit of pushing and shoving from both sides. So 3rd and 3, shotgun formation. Now under center. Oh, false start on the right side of the line for the Army Black Knights. Who was it? Looks like that's going to be number 71 for the Black Knights. Paolo Germelli. Out of Illinois. The junior. Essentially playing right tackle. This is the difference between the rest of college football and in this game. He's 6'1", 300 pounds. You don't see a lot of right tackles that short in college football. Here's the snap. Shotgun formation. And the ball is out. The ball is out. Does Navy have it? Does Navy have it? Everybody fighting for the ball. It looked like Army fell on top of it and rolled over, but you got about 3 or 4 midshipmen right there with it, so it's going to depend on if he held on to the ball. Take another look at it. It was like a play-action pass, and he drops back and gets hammered from the right-hand side over there from the Navy midshipman. An absolute hammer of a hit by Matome, and the ball comes popping out. And there to jump on the ball to save the day, I believe, was Hayden Reed. So 4th down and long, and here's the kick. High end-over-end kick going down to about the 23-yard line after the ball rolls to a stop. Army will step on the ball, and that'll end that series. Navy will take over, trailing by 1 score now. Fast-moving ball game as always with Army-Navy. But I've tried to tell people who've never caught this game before, don't pay attention to it. It won't look impressive on the scoreboard, but there's always a lot of action in this game. And because the clock winds so quickly, you don't have a lot of incomplete passes. Each play seems a little bit more important than your typical college football game. Shotgun formation, 2-back set. Keeper on the left side by Horvath. He will dance his way for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be second and about 7. 16 seconds on the clock. Doesn't look like Navy is hurrying to the line, so that may... Yeah, that will send us to the fourth quarter. Horvath wanted a targeting hit on it. You could have made the argument in college football 2025 that was a targeting. Not with the helmet, but he did throw a forearm shove to his head. All right, we'll be back in a flash. We go to the fourth quarter. It's a 1-score game. Army-Navy, Navy-Army. We'll be back in a flash.
Lager, The beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Haven't you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Gooding, and there we saw the men and boys as thick as hasty pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. And there was Captain Washington and gentle folks about him. They say he's grown so tarnal proud he will not ride without them. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Welcome back. I don't know where you're following that along at. Is it IAG or JAG? Anyways, I think I put JAG in because I thought it was JAG because of the sports thing, but it might be IAG. I flipped around to several different news channels. I didn't see anyone covering it, so I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. We'll try to look into it after the game. We're heading to the fourth quarter. And Navy's got the ball 2nd and 7 on their own 27-yard line. They trail. Here's the handoff, and it's going to be about a 1-yard gain diving forward. That was Tasha. It'll be 3rd and about 6. Navy trailing 16-10 here. You got to figure out with these two teams. I mean, you might only get at the most 2 possessions if you're Navy in this quarter. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Horvath looks back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand side, and that's going to be caught for a first down. And Navy keeps the sticks moving. Good pass out there on the flat, stepped out of bounds. First and 10. Shotgun, 36-yard line of Navy. Horvath drops back to pass, and he is going to get sacked. He is sacked for about a 10-yard loss. Number 99 on the sack. Jack Bosom, he's had a couple of big plays today, and that's a huge one. It puts Navy behind the sticks. It'll be 2nd and 20. This is a team that does not throw the ball well. So 2nd and 20, 13 minutes to go. Here's the shotgun snap. Keeper up off the left-hand side. Pushes maybe a 3-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 17 to go. Huge sack there by Bosom. It's one of those plays that could really change the game. .12:32 on the clock. 3rd and 17. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers low, 1 high. 1 backfield. H-back. Goes out. Here's the snap. Looking off to the right-hand side, and the ball is overthrown. About a 6-yard out route. Trying to hit his man, Tasha, out of the backfield. And it'll be 4th down. That sack really threw a wrench into the whole situation because they could not stay conservative with their play calling. That one sack by Bosom flipped the numbers, and now they have to punt. 12:16 on the clock. Here's the snap. The kick is high. The kick is deep. It's going to be grabbed off the bounce by number 23. He's going to get tackled for about where he got it. He was trying to get out to the side and gets dropped before he can hit the edge. And I believe that was Lloyd Benson who was trying to make that play, but man, that was a dangerous play because he got hit right after he touched the ball trying to get out to the outside. You fumble there, that could really change the game. We'll be back in a flash. Army with the 6-point lead. Still plenty of time left here in the quarter number 4. 16-10. They'll have the ball when we return.
What the hell's going on out here? Everybody grabbing out there. Nobody tackling. Just grabbing, everybody. Grab. Nobody tackling.
Lasted how long?
9 years. 180 episodes.
You gave it up, right?
I did, sir.
They didn't cancel you. You canceled them.
You're not aware of this?
No, I'm asking you.
You think I got canceled? Are you under the impression that I got canceled?
Have I hurt you, Jerry?
I thought that was pretty well documented.
Is
this still CNN? I was the #1 show on television, Larry.
You were.
Do you know who I am?
Jewish guy, Brooklyn.
Yes.
Okay.
75 million viewers. Last episode.
What? You don't take it so bad.
Well, that's the big difference between being canceled and being #1.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll be right back.
Jeez.
B movie
Can we get
opens.
a resume in here for me?
B movie opens
Larry
tomorrow.
Can go over?
We are back, 1st and 10 for Army. 16-10. Black Knights lead the Midshipmen, 12:06 on the clock here in the fourth quarter. Army with the ball in the lead. They'll be trying to drain that clock and move those sticks. Pistol set. Tight two-end set for Army. Man in motion. Short in motion. Here's the snap. The keeper by Helm. He will drive his way up. Maybe a 1-yard gain. Kind of a quarterback dive. It was really stuffed in there in the middle. Then it'll be 2nd and 9. One score game, so one play can flip this game either way. If Army goes down and gets another score, game's not out of reach, but it's going to start looking bleak for Navy. Navy trying to get some kind of a stop here. 2nd and 9 from the 25-yard line. Drops back to pass. Looking. Flushed out of the pocket. And flips it over to the right-hand side. That ball is picked off! Looks like it's about midfield, and Navy's got the ball. It's a Navy first down. Wow, 11:19 on the clock. Looking at the replay of that, the ball is picked off. Looked like it was Philip Hamilton, the sophomore out of Fort Worth, Texas. And Navy gets the ball. They'll have the ball. See where they're spotting that. Looks like it was right at midfield. It's almost dead on midfield. So they'll have the ball at about midfield. When we return, Navy trying to grab the lead. It's 16-10 Army here in the fourth quarter.
And remember, if you'd like to learn one of life's most valuable secrets, just send $20 to the announcer in care of this station. And by return mail, you'll receive your very own copy of the exciting 1.5-page book entitled Why You Should Never Send Some Guy $20 Just Because He Asks You to over the radio.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you. And God bless America.
Welcome back. Army leading Navy 16-10, but Army has just turned the ball over, an interception at midfield. Navy takes over with 11:19 on the clock. 1st and 10. They'll try to work their way into Army territory, see if they could possibly take the lead. They'd at least like to get this to a field goal game. But once again, you give the ball back over to Army, you just don't know if you're going to see it again. So if you're Navy, you have to be kind of aggressive. If you can go for it on 4th down, I'm sure they will. But if they get into field goal range, you at least like to cut this thing to a 3-point lead. Big interception there by Hamilton at midfield. Horvath under center now Drops back to the shotgun, empty backfield. Man in motion. Here's the snap. It's going to be a jet sweep over to the right-hand side and up the middle, off to the side. He's dancing his way. He steps out of bounds, but not before he gets a Navy first down. Woodson takes the pitch and runs out the side. I think he got a first down. That was really close. I thought he stepped out a little further down, but he stepped out about twice. See if he stepped out at that first time. The second time, he definitely stepped out. Yeesh. That is close. They gave him the first down. They better snap it. Here's the snap off to the left-hand side. Horvath pushing his way right about 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 5. I'll tell you what, looking at that again, that was really close. Looking at it one more time on the replay, when he steps out, they got it right that he stepped out. I just think they gave him a very fortuitous spot. But nonetheless, it's going to be 2nd and 5. There is a man down on the play for Army. I don't see the numbers. He's got several folks in front of him. The medical staff will try to get, it looks like, all right, he just rolled over. It looks like that is number 62, Jacob Tuati out of Long Beach, California. We'll be back in a flash. (16-10) your score. Navy is marching, trailing by a touchdown.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
All right, we are back. Now starting to see updates on the news about that situation at Brown University. If we see anything, we'll pass it along, and please y'all do the same. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 5. And Army jumps off, but it looks like it's going to be a false start on Navy. I believe they're going to call that on number 89. Luke Hutchinson. This is something you cannot have. I don't know if that was a good call because it had nothing to do with the guy that jumped off. The guy that jumped off was staring down the middle, and he was reacting to the false start. Excuse me, to the offsides. But anyway, you have it, 2nd and 10. Ball at the 41-yard line. Shotgun snap, handoff to the left-hand side. And going to get tripped up just before the line to gain. Tasha, number 46, he had a lot of running room. He got tripped up by his shoelaces. See if they give him the first down or not. That was extremely close. Man, oh man alive. You talk about a game of inches. I mean, he just barely got his hand on his shoelace. They did not give him the first down. It's 3rd and 1. So 3rd and 1, 9:27 on the clock, continues to tick. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Army 16, Navy 10. Here's the snap. Keeper by Horvath. He will slice and dice his way for about a 1-yard gain inside the left tackle, inside the left guard. And it's a Navy midshipman first down. $8:58 on the clock. First and 10. Shotgun formation. Horvath scanning the field. 2 high, 1 low. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. And they're going to rumble, stumble, bumble all the way down to the 4-yard line. Breaking about 2.5 tackles is number 46. Tasha, who they're really starting to focus on and get the ball in his hands. And he was a hop, skip, and a jump all the way down to the 4-yard line. That's going to be a Navy first down and goal. 8:05 on the clock. Here's the snap. And Horvath keeps the ball, dives ahead. Does he get in? Really close. They're going to say that he stops right at just before the goal line. I mean, it is extremely close looking at that replay. I don't think he got in. It does look like you might be able to fit an envelope in between where the ball is and where the goal line is. But you got to break the plane. It did not look like he reached that, but they does look like they're going to be taking a review on this. Man, is that close. Such a tight game, such a big game. This is a huge call on the field. Right now, it would be 2nd and goal from the 1, I wouldn't even say foot, I'd say 2-inch line, 1-inch line. But I don't think it's going to get overturned. There just isn't enough there. If he stretches the ball out as he's falling to the goal line, he's going to score. But there was a safety about 3 yards in front of him, and I think Horvath was trying to do the smart thing and not have the ball come out. The man trying to wrap him up was trying to go for the ball as well. I don't think they're going to overturn it, so you expect it to be 2nd and goal inside the 1-yard line. Navy with the chance to possibly even take the lead here with an extra point if they can get in. Big, big call here. If they decide to go inside, you got to make sure you're protecting the ball because they are going to be punching at that ball. So they do not get the call. It's going to be 2nd and inches. .742 on the clock. Horvath, you expect him to try to sneak his way in because they've got a tight formation here. And here's the sneak, and the ball is out. The ball is out. Army is going for it. Navy dives on the ball, but the ball's going to go all the way back to the 8-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal. Excuse me, 3rd and goal now. Wow. Almost a disaster.
Unbelievable. The ball came out. Bad job by Horvath. He put his back to everybody trying to push his way in, and somebody punched it out. Heads up play by, I believe that might have been Tasha that jumped on the ball. Couldn't see the numbers. 3rd and goal, shotgun snap. Looking for room, and he's going to get almost sacked, dumps it out to the right side, ball hits the ground, but it did look like a forward pass. And it's going to be 3rd and goal now from the 8-yard, 4th and goal from the 8-yard line. And I think you have to go for it. If you knew you could get the ball back quickly, a field goal would make this a 1-score game. But because of Army's ability to eat that clock, if you don't stop their offense instantly, what a great job by Horvath to push himself up and then let go of the ball, get it near a receiver. That was extremely close to being a sack. It was extremely close to being knee on the ground. And here we go, shotgun formation, 4th and 8. The snap, fires it over the middle. That ball is caught! Touchdown, Navy! Touchdown, Navy! Into Heinrich, number 22 on the skinny post, into the end zone, and the Navy Midshipmen have tied the game. Wow! Not much of a passing game all day long, and now Navy takes a tie and a chance at a 1-point lead. 6:32 on the clock, plenty of time for Army. Skinny post, up the middle. There was no safety high, and Horvath dropped it in there. And the kick is up, the kick is good. And it is a 17-16 lead for the Midshipmen. Their first lead since the first possession of the game where they marched the entire field to take a 7-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash. Army, Navy. Navy, Army. Army, Navy. We'll be back on the 2025 edition here in Baltimore, Maryland.
Time to talk about sports. Please lower your IQ.
What are you doing? What? Did you just double dip that chip? Excuse me? You double dipped the chip. Double dipped? What are you talking about? You dipped the chip, you took a bite, and you dipped again. So? That's like putting your whole mouth right in the dip. From now on, when you take a chip, just take one dip and end it. Well, I'm sorry, Timmy. But I don't dip that way. Oh, you don't, huh? No. You dip the way you want to dip. I'll dip the way I want to dip. Give me the chip! Hey!
I can't tell you anything of relevance, but I can tell you who won championships in what year.
He can't tell you who the president was before, before Reagan. But
yeah. Welcome back. Locked up in a tight one, as these games usually are. 17-16 your score. 6:32 on the clock. Navy with the lead is set to kick it off to Army. Here in the fourth quarter, who will be looking to go the length of the field and at least get a field goal to take the lead. Here's the kickoff. High and deep, winding end-over-end kick, and it'll be fair caught right there at the goal line, and Army will take over at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. So 1st and 10, shotgun snap.
3 high, 1 low. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Keeper off to the left-hand side, and Helm's going to get dropped right there at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 10. Helm 5 for 10 on the day for 82 yards. Does have the 1 interception. 92 yards on the ground, 24 carries and a touchdown. Shotgun formation, 1-point game, Navy leads, 5:58 on the clock. Here's the snap, rolling out to the right, looking, has to get rid of it, fires it out of the ends, off to the sidelines, over towards the bench, and it'll be, there's a flag on the play. See what that flag's about. Flag is going to be a hold on Army. Let's see if they want to take the flag or decline it. Normally you would definitely say you would, but because Army has such a difficult task in passing the ball, they will take the flag. It would have been a solid argument for forcing them to go 3rd and 10 as opposed to giving them 2 plays. So here we go. Shotgun formation, single back set. H-back up on the left. Here's the snap. Drop back. And he was going to take off and run, and Helm's going to dive ahead for about a 6-7 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down. We'll call it 13 yards to go. Good hustle up there by Helm. If you're the Navy defensive coordinator, I don't know why you're doing anything but putting a spy on Helm. That's where he's going to hurt you the most, and that's what they did. It was basically a delayed quarterback draw. I think he might have had one option to throw, and if he wasn't open immediately, he was going to take off. So 3rd and 13, just over 5 minutes left, 5:13 and counting. Pistol set. 1 low, 1 high. Here's the snap. And drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it off the right foot. And that ball is almost intercepted. It'll fall to the ground incomplete. And it's 3rd and 13. Man, was that close to being interception. If he holds on to that, he probably keeps his balance and could probably return it for quite a bit. But instead, it's going to be a punting situation for Army, 4th and 13. With their lack of ability to throw the ball, you can't imagine they're going to go for it here. Navy looking to get the ball in good field position. Here's the punt. Here's the kick. High, end over end, and caught off the bounce. And number 24, Brandon Chapman, will grab it, scooch up about 3 yards, and it'll be 1st and 10 for Navy at about the 38-yard line of Navy. We'll take a really quick break. Oh, excuse me, they are going to keep it here. So 4:50 on the clock, 1st and 10. Army has 2 timeouts. Remember, they burned a timeout early in the second half on their first drive. We wondered then if that was going to come back to bite them. Shotgun formation. 38-yard line. Here's the snap. Horvath will dance and prod his way over for about a 2, maybe 3-yard gain at 2nd down. Just a reminder, Friday night, we're going to have the first round of the college football playoffs right here on Braves Country Radio. Alabama versus Oklahoma right here Friday night. I believe that's an 8 o'clock kickoff. We don't do a ton of football games, but we did want to do at least one there in the first round. As the second round falls on it. We'll see how the games are played out, but very bad times for the second round. They're going to be on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Horvath takes it up to the left-hand side. Pushing, and they'll actually move that scrum forward, and it's just 2 yards away from another Navy first down. Army should have had him stopped and held up
for about a third, about, let's say 6, maybe 5. Instead, he kept his legs moving, and everybody got behind it. If you're not watching at home, think of a tush push that broke out in the middle of the field. There were about 10 to 15 guys there, and Navy pushed themselves away, pushed themselves upfield, and then it's now 3rd and 2 close to midfield. Be a big stop here for Army, but now 3rd and 2, shotgun snap, handoff up the middle, and that's going to be Heinrich fighting and slicing his way for a Navy midshipman first down. So 1st and 10. Wonder when Army's going to start trying to use their timeouts. It doesn't look like they're doing them now. There's 2:48 on the clock. The key to this, with only 2 timeouts left, you would think Army will start taking them after this play. 2:35, here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Diving his way for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It'll be 2nd down for Tasha. And I think they're going to go ahead and use the second of their 3 timeouts right here, the first of this series. We'll take a quick break. So when we come back, a 1-point lead for Navy. They have the ball in Army territory. Can the Black Knights stand up against the midshipmen, get the ball back, and a kicker who's already hit 3 field goals would have a chance to win the game?
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world, he still craps in your house.
Well, it's just it would be nice to have something to take care of.
I'll tell you what, Kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing? It's the same thing.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
Every man should have skin in the game. His rep, his honor, fully on the line because it means all.
Welcome back. 17-16 is your score. If you play this out, Army has 1 more timeout plus the stop of the clock at the 2-minute warning. And so Navy is going to be compelled to to run the ball 2 more times to force them to lose the clock and take it down to 2 minutes. If you don't get the first down, you'll still be able to punt them deep into their territory. As here's the snap, shotgun formation up the middle, and about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It is 3rd down. We'll call it 2.5, maybe 3 yards. And it looks like Army will take that timeout. I believe they haven't. Yes, they will take that timeout. We'll stick with you right here, 17-16. So you have to think about the options that they have here. You would think they would most likely run the ball. Now, you're not going to be able to take it all the way down for the entire play clock, but you could still take off, 24 seconds off the clock, 2:24. If you get a first down, the game's essentially over. It's not quite over because you are going to get that 1 clock stoppage. If you don't get the first down and it's close enough, we might be going for 4-down territory here with Navy. So a lot of balls in the air here. They're calling it 3rd and 3. It's a short 3, a long 2. The problem is if you don't get that 4th down, let's say Army stops them here on 3rd and 3, and you don't get the 4th down either, then you have them at about the 40-yard line. So I would think they're probably going to try, and I would think the punt would be on the play sheet, unless it's an extremely close 4th down, like 4th and inches.
So here we go. Third and 3, 2:24 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Horvath keeps it on the side. The ball pops out. Horvath catches the ball. Then he pulls it forward. The ball come out again. He's really close to the line to gain, maybe a yard short. There's a scrum at the bottom. The ball pops out as Horvath is going forward. Then he grabs it as opposed to securing the ball. He still is trying to push forward to get the first down, and someone took the ball out of his hand. I don't know if he was down on the play. That's the biggest question mark. It looked like he may have hit the ground, but it's a big if. I haven't gotten a good look at it yet. One of the linemen down there took it away from Horvath at the bottom of the pile, but see, here we go. The ball pops out. Horvath grabs it. Then he kicks forward. Oh, he's down. He's down. That's actually an incredibly bad call by the referees. He's down, and after he hit the ground and bounced twice, then the ball was ripped out of his arms. That's an incredibly bad call. I'm assuming the American Conference is calling this game. They have not impressed. I mean, he is down. It's not even close. The ball pops out. He gets the ball and then secures it. So there's no question that he's got possession again. And then he drops the ball out there. And it's not until after he gets hammered. I mean, honestly, what you would be more in play, I don't think it's reviewable in this conference, but what's more in play is you could review a late hit. But he's definitely down. That's an incredibly bad job by the field judge right there. But here we go. See if they get the ball back. If they do, it'll be fourth and, inches. The other question would be, are they going to review the spot of the ball? And does Navy go for it? Or do they leave it up to Horvath, who I know he's done a great job all year for them, but my word, he has had two boneheaded plays in this half alone that has almost cost them the game. Good to hear from you, Lawrence. I live in a Navy town, but my grandfather was in the Navy and my other grandfather was in the Army, so I've never really pulled for anyone in this game. I just enjoy it thoroughly. It sounds corny, but I love to see a great game when these two match up. And they have overturned the call, so there is no fumble. And the question will be, does Navy go for it? That should take us to the 2-minute warning. That should wind the ball down because of the bad call. It should wind the clock down because that should not stop the clock. And okay, they have reminded them. So they're finally starting the clock. I'm telling you, this umpire crew is not worthy of Army Navy. We need to get some NFL officials in here or something to call this game. All right, we'll be back in a flash 2-minute warning. And Navy, will they go for it? It's fourth and less than a yard, and the ball is spotted right outside the Army 40-yard line. We'll be back in a flash.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Welcome back. (17-16) your score. All I've seen on the news pop down is that multiple people have been shot at Brown University, but other than that, I haven't been able to. I don't have the captions on, so I don't really know what's going on. But Brown, by the way, is in Providence, Rhode Island. For some of y'all who may not be aware of it, one of the Ivy League schools. So 17-16 your score, 4th and 1. And it looks like they may be going for it. Wasn't sure. It is the smart play per se, but if you give the ball right there to field goal range on a team that's having a hard time moving the ball, you're kind of playing into their hand. The ball is right outside the 40-yard line of Army. 4th and 1, 2 minutes left. Tight formation. Horvath under center. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, off to the left side. And that is going to be a Navy first down. Taysha once again pushing the line to gain. First down, pushes it across, and they should be able to just knee on the ball now. What a comeback by the Navy Midshipmen. 17-16 will be your score. If you had the over, you did not hit. If you had Navy, you did not hit. Minus 6.5 and 37.5 or 38.5, excuse me. Which means Army and the under would have been the play. 1:10 left on the clock as it continues to wind down. Navy snap, took a knee. So 2nd and 12, 58 seconds left. They may have to snap it 2 more times. 49 seconds, 48. Navy snaps, takes the knee. And it'll be 3rd and about 14. And they will have to take at least one. They will have to take one more snap, as there's only, it's about a 4-second difference between the game clock and the play clock. And I'm sure Navy will take it down as far as they can, because if there's some kind of a fumble or bumble with the snap, you want to make sure they don't have much time to play with. Here we go, 3rd and 13, and taking a knee, and that's it. Navy wins 17-16. What a great game once again, girls and boys. Player of the game's got to be Horvath, even though he had a couple of bumbles and fumbles. 107 yards rushing, 82 yards passing for a total of 195 yards. 195 of the 272 that Navy had, and a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. We appreciate you tuning in to Army Navy. We do this every single year. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you for baseball season. And before that, next Friday, this coming Friday, Alabama versus the Oklahoma Sooners. Remember, we also have the Caribbean Series for you baseball fans coming up in January. And we might be able to squeeze in one more Sharks game down in the Venezuelan League with Ron Acuna Jr. Just to I have to look at the schedule and see what times they're kicking off. But I do know the ones we are doing. We're doing the SEC matchup, OU versus Bama on Friday. We got the Caribbean Series, and then, of course, the World Baseball Classic. That begins in March.
And we'll usually have a couple of football games into January, maybe even an NFL one or two. We'll see you next time. Have a great night. Appreciate everybody who tuned in and chimed in. Army, they sing first. Navy sings second. Navy 17, Army 16. Another classic. What a freaking ball game and what a great rivalry. Thank you to all the women and men who serve this great nation here and abroad. We owe everything we do on a daily basis in this country to y'all. Y'all have a great one.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.